You have reached the Baton Rouge Flight Standards District office. The office is presently closed. If you are calling to report an accident, please call 817-222-5006. Our office hours are 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you know the extension of the person you are trying to reach, enter it now. Otherwise, please press 0 to leave a message. Thank you.
You have reached the Baton Rouge Flight Standards District office. We're either away from our desk, on another line, or it's after office hours. Please leave your name, number, and a short message, and someone will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
I can't hear anything. She must not have been by the door. Must have been down the hall a bit. Oh, or was in the other room. Yeah, that's probably what it was. I came in to probably check on something with the bathroom again. Kind of surprised I was even able to speak with that proximity. Connecting walls, but still surprising. Did I write down if I was sitting at my computer? I'm pretty sure I was almost positive I was sitting at my computer for this. I sit here, it's so loud, but the phone really filters out anything that far away. That clearly indicates she wasn't just talking to herself or to me. I was like, that was like a response to what I said. So, and I'm positive I said that kind of quietly, not on purpose, but definitely, yeah, for sure. Oh, right, I still had. My mic's muted over here, and I was talking and everything too. Oops. Oh wait, no, I should keep this one muted. Maybe I will just unmute the mic here. That was about a meeting relevant to me and my lease and everything, and can't hear anything. Because I showed up to the first one when we purchased the property, because I was invited, but that wasn't the intention. Not that it was an impolite circumstance, it's just my first time living anywhere else, and my parents' first time purchasing a property so close to home that they could actually not have to like inform me, oh, we're going on a trip to the condo in Alabama or something. We'll be gone for a week. Because 5 minutes away or whatever, potentially. If they're in town. And that type of conversation isn't at all unusual. My mother's always had a tendency to speak to me directly about certain stuff. My father has kind of as well, but for stuff like that, he'd probably print something out with notes or something to hand to me, especially if he was out of town or something. I used to go with him to whenever he'd do stuff like that, but once he could trust me to kind of like hold down the fort at home, that's he started just going alone. Next, I was older, but that was years ago. I think that was only fifth, and now I have like 10 appointments plus. Oh, minus 11 scheduled laps. No, I have the appointment scheduled. What was even unusual about this? Oh, there's the 10 more minutes. But I could have just fallen asleep. Did I just do this because I needed to remember about the property? probably. Okay, well, whatever. That one doesn't. It's just notes. The notes are important. Let's change that. Okay. A different symbol than a check mark to indicate reviewed. I can only fit one character, so I gotta pick something that makes sense for music notes for notes. Okay, that's 30. This one's really long. But I think I fell asleep because it was stressful on me, and that's typical. change if I make it bigger or smaller? Oh, look. Yeah, whatever. Still plenty, right? I usually start whenever the alarm goes off and I don't hear anything, or my phone doesn't notify me. Which isn't weird, because usually that just means my mother let herself in, and I was sitting here or got up fast enough to turn it off. The system would always like send me a text message if something else happened. So, just like opening your own door is too fast, so it doesn't notify me. Sometimes until like 10-15 minutes later. Or more. Absolutely nothing happens. Oh. Here. That's when I have the door open. I think. Or I may have just been standing outside. This is 10 minutes before. This must have been some sort of sound update. I don't remember it ever just filtering everything out. No way I can change that either. At least my voice is there, but my text message tone is. The phone receives a text message tone. The phone records the text message tone. It sounds loud as hell. I may have just not realized. I think the siren went off and I did not. I mean, at that point, it's already probably too late. I'm gonna be too, disoriented. I must have just assumed I had, like, well, yeah, it's almost, if I'm right next to it, it could almost like stun me, and probably even touch my phone for a while. I have no idea how long, how relevant anything is because nothing happens for like a long time. Usually that doesn't happen too. Just like an error or the siren blasts if like in a short burst, extremely loud. If like the doors are opened in a certain order, really fast, and that's like a safety thing. Nothing can be done about that. I read the contract and the technical stuff that came with it, and I realized this is unlikely to happen, but I think it's happened maybe 2 or 3 times outside of a test when it was set up. Or wait, actually, I think when the test happened, it happened like 2 or 3 times in a row. And because I probably forgot to close the door. Whenever it was set up, though, I did get to the alarm like almost instantly. That was all I was prioritizing, was making sure I didn't bother the neighbors and stuff. So I think I did a good job with making sure to wait until kids were in school and not in exams, and homeschool children shouldn't have tests to take. I've been, living in the area my whole life, so I know the schedules and stuff for basically every single type of school system. That's all I really cared about. And I don't think anybody actually any neighbors were in most of the places. I don't really have a relationship with any of my neighbors, but I figure that's probably normal for someone my age. the 21st all the way to relatively the 20th, I guess, September to August. It's like it's a month, like each time almost. Barely, basically nothing's relevant. Everything is just myself. But start on this too. I probably just got off the phone. Sounds a lot louder, so yeah, there must have been some sort of sound update on my phone, I think. Yes. I mean, for sure, there's no way I'm going to be able to hear anything. It's not just probably one voice. And I know that it has my vocal signature already on file for security reasons, so probably just me from here on out. But it's kind of normal for most software to do that. I'm kind of surprised it didn't for so long. I never like opted in or out. I just kind of never downloaded anything to try to do that. It's more like a business or enterprise thing. Or at least it used to be. Wow, I sound loud. Yeah, I sound loud. You can't hear anything else. Even the background is gone whenever I speak. Which isn't how it is right now. when I speak. Everything else is gone. I can see on the little audio graph. There's nothing else recognized. I think my key clicks actually were recognized, but that wasn't. See, that's usually the opposite of what is probably intended. Okay, that was the first time that popped up. And I still can't figure out what it said. I don't know if you heard O, but I heard O, I think. Or maybe no. Every voice is unintelligible. It's not mine. It's actually really frustrating. I sound really good, though. It must have been a good day. I was very tired at the beginning, I could tell. But I put up a good effort here, and I think succeeded. I definitely didn't get to sleep between tasks. I just kept doing what I was doing, and so that I could then just be done for the day, probably. It's usually what happens. That was me getting up. Oh, well, that's important to register very loud. So maybe that's why my text tone pops up, because that noise doesn't come from my phone for that. That comes from the little ADT system, which I had already gotten up, so that wasn't even near me. But it is pretty loud. I think it's a good design sound. It's not like too loud, but they definitely put a lot of work into that for you understanding like what's going on, which will be like the door opening. I think that's what I imagine whenever I hear that. So that's what I've always interpreted it as. I could just be wrong. And here's where I either stopped doing something, fell asleep, or was standing and staring into space, really exhausted. Because no background, anything is popping up. So I either walked not very far away from my phone, I didn't hear my door open. Oh, and that's me putting my phone down probably from a standing position. You didn't even hear me picking up my phone. And the chair didn't move again. And that's the sound of it like locking. So I'm probably like holding my arm out, like clicking on something on my computer. probably shut is a short, so probably shut my computer down because it's only got 10 seconds left. Then I probably just, yeah, that's me touching the phone, and then I probably stopped. I couldn't hear anything at all. And half the time I'm just really concerned about how interactions have gone with me, and it's really good to document my, like, just now, my own interactions, so how I'm doing physically. Really important. And how the environment affects me. This is clearly a stressful experience, even if nothing else can be heard. And that is actually stressful to me. Because I was hearing, someone was there and it was not quiet. But it wasn't necessarily like probably. Yeah, I mean, like, the police didn't need to respond or anything. It's a short thing. I go to sleep. And I seem to do and have I did well in talking, very well. Even though every time I speak in this manner, it is very extremely physically taxing, and the more frequent it happens, the closer I get to just not even being able to speak. And that's happened before. Sometimes not even necessarily because I'm physically exhausted that day, like I am most of the time. It seems like I have these interactions at the end of the day for many days, but even in the morning before, it's just when too many things happen for too long, like even being spoken to, it's just, it's too much. I guess. I only figured that out because I took record of it. Because other people saw it and documented it along the way without telling me. And I integrated it with my other healthcare stuff. And that helps a lot. But this doesn't have anything very relevant at all. I don't know, maybe I'll do like a sunshine emoji for it being an example of me doing and speaking well. That's a good idea. There is one that can fit, because I always don't have enough room. Yeah, it fits. Okay, good. I think that's a good standard to go on. right? No. Good. I did unmute my mic. These are all loud noises now. These must be very recent updates to sound drivers and stuff. I know I've been happening on Windows, so it's probably been happening on Android in the background too. Because I can hear stuff a lot better in games and stuff recently, like very recently. Going like backwards chronologically in time, just 2 months and maybe a week of difference, and you got that's a difference. I couldn't hear myself moving around before, so I must not have been moving, or the update happened like between those two things. I don't change anything. And I'd have noticed immediately if my phone crashed because it was recording in like the highest audio quality possible. So there's no way that changed. My phone's old and it would definitely crash. Like 10 years old almost. I think that was me touching the phone, and then I heard like a bunch of pops, and that happened before. This also could have all been like after anything happened, because I haven't heard anything so far. It just sounds like me trying to coherently do things instead of staying still and trying to wait things out. Oh, I guess not. Oh, this is okay. We were trying to actually like have a conversation. She made an effort. Can't hear her at all. That bothers the hell out of me because she made the effort, and I like to hear that. You don't hear anything. I have that's huge things my family has done. There's not much we can do to repair a relationship, but instances like this are rare, at least for even part of a conversation. And there have been times that that type of conversations, like something happens a few times in my life, and I could have documented it, and I just didn't. And now it passed. In other circumstances, they can't happen anymore. I believe she did really try for the first part. It just, I guess she couldn't out to me then, because I remember it, like she just had to say something, and even if it wasn't gonna resolve in any way that would be a good thing. But at least I was able to continue talking. If I'd been in other circumstances in the past, I used to not be able to. Losing access to healthcare did that. I can't hear the question, but that's a back and forth thing that for depression screening that I guess I've had with her probably since even in the earlier times I've been in high school. Uh, it's not indicative of anything negative. It's just a medical thing that we all dealt with, like, just because it's one of the things that doctors ask you, and I don't mind answering. because I see my doctors all the time. They ask you every time. I don't know if they stop asking you if you're actually depressed, but since I never have been, maybe that's why I'm always prompted. But I don't know. See, the problem there is you can't. I don't know if I just restated the question in a more accurate and just normal way for me to do in an educated manner for something. That's an important context that to hear how someone else says something. Or there are subtitles that'll pop up if I click it. I don't think it's gonna do anything because the sound doesn't even pop up, but no, it doesn't even pop up with a little like black bar saying speaking or something like it's listening stuff. Yeah, it does for me. All right, well, have a nice day. There's a comma and everything. Wow. Everything I say is just great. And it's not even recorded on my computer. There's the worst audio quality possible, like I think radio from like the early like radio in kilobytes, because I just pick whatever the one is that's gonna make the file size small so the phone doesn't crash. Doesn't pick up anyone else though. I was sitting on my bed, so there was at least 15 feet between me and someone else with multiple obstructions of shelves and things in the way. Well, but no, they're kind of hollow too. I don't know if sound just conducts well in this room or something, but yeah, we were able to talk like it was just a conversation. I didn't sound like I was like even raising my voice. And it's not a lie at all that if I'm sitting down and I'm that exhausted, I'm not gonna get up and try and like physically be present. And after anything, even anyone talking to me, things just get, I'm gonna. It's just how it is. It's not like even a normal circumstance, like cleaning stuff like that. I try to do as limited as possible, and plan to not need to do it. Uh, so we'd be talking like months go by between the different instances that I might need to like whole building vacuum. Something has to be done, but it can definitely be managed. It still isn't over yet, so I probably sat there and didn't do anything for a very long time. And that's important. Those gaps in silence, very important medically. They're questions that have been asked by neurology. That's what you're monitored for in the short amount of time that they're allowed to in the hospital, in like a special ICU kind of ward that has a lot of different personnel taking notes on you, and you know, they basically take a bunch of residents and fellows and they like debate like individual things so that like a workup can be kind of done, um, based off of like all of their deep knowledge on like pauses and things like that when they know the patient has some brain damage, just to make sure that it's all ironed out. For the patient itself, it's, you're there, you do whatever, and it just happens around you. It's not a big deal to me, but I know what happens in the background and I'm respectful of that. And like that pausing there can't provide circumstance that they may have ever been looking for, of me being exhausted before I get there and it being a stressful period of time, because then the test wouldn't be performed because it's a great expense. And there are a lot of risks that could be involved with just exposing patients to, well, I did it during COVID, because it had to be done. And you're there for days. It's dangerous in that case, but it's otherwise, you don't do it otherwise. You never get a chance again, and then the patient has a stroke or something and they die. So I guess thankfully it was enough. But the very first time I did it, I guess before COVID, I had to wait to finish the testing because maybe I don't know exactly, but I could just go completely wrong because I was doing so poorly with my epilepsy and things that because of other surgical things that hadn't been solved and falls and stuff that would happen, other surgeries that I was recovering from, that I believe I have no records at all. I wasn't very good about keeping the records. This is my way of keeping the records so that I can look back whenever that time period comes again. Because that's what's gonna save my life if I need another round of chemotherapy or something. I was on a new infusion right then, but I know it's up to me to handle that, and I can do it. But I can't have everything just disappear because I'll never recover it. Maybe first time around, these types of things didn't exist. Technology wasn't there, but now it is. And a lot of kids, they died because of it lapses of time that would go by before the parents could handle things with their kids, and that was those are for the good cases that with like family involvement and stuff. And kid could do anything on their own. I couldn't. I did a lot more than most could because I was that intelligent, but there were hundreds of personnel across many states and disciplines due to our rarity and due to me specifically and how well certain surgeries were going. Um, that's what it takes to survive. And I was taught, that's why I had to make sure to take notes. They showed up and taught me how to take academic notes through this weird note taking process, like in person. And I had to do it a few separate times because I forget how to do it due to brain damage. I wouldn't be there, so they'd have to come back. I knew they were coming back, but they had to come back to do it again. And it was some sort of writing on paper, and then the paper behind it would have like a copy kind of, and it looked really old school. And yeah, I wasn't that old, but I was well past the point of being able to read, write, um, doing probably advanced arithmetic, and you know, uh, I guess I had already started doing algebra at that point. So understanding concepts like, the importance of documenting it and doing it and sitting there and doing it that was hard. It was like extremely strenuous and intensive. And that's why I remember it. Um, is because of that reason. But I know the copies of those are gone. They just got lost. It's what always scares me about other circumstances happening around that don't have anything to do with me and or anyone. And then like an older archaic kind of holdover court process doesn't even know that it's being used in like a clinical context, and then a bunch of records are purged, and the records are the originals, and they're probably the notation for like recovery from like brain damage, and then it's gone. And none of that was requested to be done by any organizations or my family or me, because they tried their best to preserve everything, but its technical limitations were just what they were. It was a long time ago. That's the type of thing I wish I could have recorded myself. I wish I could have been old enough to understand that I should have asked. I even had a video camera back then. I used to walk around school with it, encouraged to do so to remember how the school was because I couldn't go to school a lot. And I didn't really feel that was 100% necessary, but I just played around with it, and I bought that myself and money, and it was designed to make a little to be US like the camera was a USB stick and it like plugged into your computer and then it uploaded early like influencer things kind of and targeted I guess towards kids and like or yeah kind of for my generation because that's what we started and the thing had like its own screen and it was kind of a big deal at the time. It was cheap, not a big deal anymore, but you couldn't even record with most cell phones back then. And this was like I don't know what video it was, but like I pretty much will go back and look at myself, just staring at myself and things like that. And that's important, at least to me. I don't know if I had that camera at that time. I probably did, and I probably sat upstairs, and I didn't go upstairs because I couldn't physically handle it. I'm not sure. It's kind of the problem. But if I had been old enough to just be prepared enough, and I had been hindered at all, which I don't think I was back then at all. But to modern day circumstances are different. I'm an adult, and uh, that's just not the same type of landscape. Probably for the better, but it's still pretty dangerous in that regard. Physically recording myself having been through those things would have the amount of times I've been asked questions about it having or not having, or did someone, one of my parents record me, or things like that's what's normal nowadays. The kid has seizures, the parents record it, they bring it to the doctor. And so I still get asked sometimes because I've shown other recordings of my parents taking of me. Uh, but they really needed was, progression of things. See, with cancer, and treatment, and just so they could differentiate and have the best standard of care possible, like immediately, because my circumstances were clearly worsening, even if I didn't realize it, or did realize it, but then would like unrealize it and realize it kind of constantly, as depending on what was going on. And I was like, I don't even know if 2018 is the right year. It might have been 2019. I don't remember. I know for a fact there would have been gaps of months between me actually talking to most people, including my family that lived with me. Because it's just like you're on autopilot almost. As like you wait for surgical things to heal so that maybe, and possibly like so that I could get medication filled so that things could be fully covered. Because I didn't even have my medication or a seizure threshold until 2020, what, 1 or 2, consistently. And there has still been times where it's been difficult, but I've got a very solid, not only because of me living on my own and only because of where I live and the effort put in, not just myself. I can go every month and I can feel confident. I'll have my medication. I'll at least have a certain level of wakefulness and seizure threshold that I won't have otherwise. That's such a huge deal in case something else also occurs. It's been that I've seen it. I've watched myself. I like have that and not have that, and getting a cold, huge deal. It'll mean my ability to actually like read my mail instead of it piling up for an entire year. Because I'm just that slight being down is enough. It shows the frequency of me contacting physicians and actually handling medical stuff. Like, so where I'm only reminded I'm supposed to see the ophthalmologist on Wednesday by the registered nurse because she's going in detail through my charting and probably seeing someone else having said, make sure to ask him about this. He'll forget of some sort because I've got kind of an idea that I'm pretty sure that's been happening. And that's only because of technology. That like literally 20 appointments go by and across a lot of different physiological subdisciplines. And they write stuff to each other, and if that just goes away, I don't think it's ever going to come back. It didn't exist before I was of age, I guess, and not because of that, but because of technology. And it goes away. I don't know. I think that's it. And none of the stuff exists from, besides what I personally have, which it seems like over time keeps dwindling. Like there's only seems to be effort to take away the remaining anything that I have in physically that or my ability to keep it for the future. I don't know why, but none of the same type of notes or any technology associated with it that existed back then. So they can't recover it because it wasn't there. Like those types of things just weren't done. They didn't teach the doctors to do it. And if the doctors tried to do it, they seemed to get like punished almost. It was ridiculous. It was crazy. I don't know why. And that wasn't my parents' fault. That wasn't mine. It just was like, I don't know. Things have progressed in a positive way with healthcare to probably the largest extent in the United States over its history. in the time that I've been involved. So I don't know why it was the way it was before, but even in regards to like just physical, like pen and paper, it just was. Because they definitely can keep every piece of paper forever. Congress is great at that. The Fed's paid for my stuff. It's very frustrating to know for sure that on like a lot of different effort made, it, it wouldn't happen for anyone else because because of the circumstances, no one could actually find even an archaic record of like the newer technology related things that they could get with the medical charts that if they had any that existed in the old way, they'd have had it for me because they made them back then. They just stopped being there, and there wasn't like no one deleted them. I think. It's just that would not have made sense. So that's what I believe, at least. And I'm probably the only one who could make a call on that because of how it works in the United States. I guess I should mark what this one is too. I'm not gonna rewatch it. I don't know. Might not make much sense when I'm putting okay, that works. Human brain symbol because of previous entries of myself into preserved human brain project study for Americans, especially ones who are children at a certain age who will then have something happen to them, like right before I started treatment. That's when they signed the paperwork and stuff for that. And they published actually on it right after too. I was one of the last ones in. It's just school records and standardized testing stuff that's included. It's not a big deal, but that's one of the only pieces of peer-reviewed literature that I can actually pull up and be like, this was one of my earliest contributions as a patient. So at least I'll remember that. So it's medical. No, it's not. I don't do a very good job of that either. But I'll do medical so that I'll at least be able to know that that's something medically relevant, which I don't know, everything that went on, that's medically relevant because I was not doing very well then. And I also explained verbally why I wasn't doing well, only because I was asked. That doesn't happen very often. I just won't answer properly if I'm in that level of exhaustion from a few days of doing a ton of intensive things like I was there. That shows that I'm overall doing a lot better. I could not have done that 3 years ago. I couldn't do this 3 years ago. That's why I wasn't doing it. I was building up to it. There won't be anything else if it's gone. But I don't think it'll be gone. It doesn't make any sense for why that would have to happen to me. But a lot goes on around me that I don't know happens. And most people probably wouldn't even believe the extent of that. And that's been like super dangerous before. Not waking up during fire alarms, like or like air raid fire alarms in buildings like camps and stuff, having to be carried out, like just because of that, like rolling back over and going to sleep again while it's going off, like, and it was like an actual fire response too. And it wasn't like a fire that got me out. It was like an up here. Even though there wasn't actually a fire, but there was like a critical failure. And that's not the type of thing that would happen in a residential home. It's like barracks sleeping, I guess. So, or like a ship. So it's a different circumstance. Anything goes wrong, and like you have to treat it like everything is going wrong. I probably knew nothing was going on, and that's probably why I went back to sleep. Wait, did I miss anything else on this page? Well, I don't think so. Another, so 60. It really is all it takes out of me to. It's gotten a lot easier. I've gotten physically healthier to correctly document everything, so I even know what goes on. But I don't like reviews what goes on just because it's really traumatic to reinforce things. So if I wasn't doing very well, I'd be avoiding interacting with anything, even though it's beneficial to do so, just in general, and I'd be putting it off, but allowing it to be there for like a professional to review, I guess, like a social worker or like a PhD psychologist or something. That's how I learned about that. And that's good advice that I've followed, but I wouldn't say for anyone else to do it, but in my circumstances, it was important. And before I ever heard that, I used to be afraid to even document what was going on, because then I see it again in the future, and I didn't know what would happen because I hadn't experienced that kind of a circumstance before. Things hadn't gotten that evolved with behavioral health, maybe, or maybe not even that, 'cause I didn't understand that. I still don't really understand that. I'm a lot more educated on those types of things, but, 10, 12 years ago, I was basically given, a very intensive, you have to know this because of changing diagnostic structures to you, potentially because of the DSM-5 being published and stuff, even if it initially didn't actually involve me. And they kept making changes until it kind of did, and that was 2020. But that's how big of a thing that was. But I think the right term would kind of be behavioral health in general, because it doesn't indicate a diagnosis, maybe. So I'll probably just allow myself to not get up to date on that, because then I can remember when I learned in that context, and that helps any physician asking me in case it's ever relevant, because it has been asked a bunch of times, but I never had a diagnosis to tell anybody. There was no family history still, and but because my proximity to things is too close, no one ever would answer my questions whenever I just asked, please tell me about a diagnosis so that I can understand better and act the way I'd want to act to provide a better environment, because I still lived with my family back then. But that's not how it works. That messes up other patients' potential diagnoses and things, and even if they're not their doctors. So they immediately, it's even if you have a psychiatrist and stuff, you're not supposed to really press further. But the biggest assistance with that is not living together, I guess, and for just time to pass, even though that was really rough back then, because I kind of had a feeling that I would only have that first freshman year of university to do the things I'd ever wanted to do physically with family that most people just do, just because my cancer and everything else, because I had switched from high school to LSU and had time that I thought that if I could, do something then, it was then, and it would be okay. But it just it wasn't in the cards, kind of a thing. That would have needed 10 years, probably, especially due to my medical circumstances, which then the epilepsy just became forefront, and surgeries and things, and family was able to accommodate me, my health circumstances, for immune system to attend my grandfather's funeral, but I still didn't have most function of my right arm, so I couldn't be one of the people who carried his casket. My elderly, just recently deceased great uncle took my spot. and he just did it on the spot and did a very good job of it. I walked to the side of them. I couldn't put my arm in my jacket because I had just life happens, and they had to plan surgery, and that's just how it is. It's independent of everything else. Before I injured my arm in 2018, I could have done that. And my family never said anything about it, but no one blamed me, or anything like that. But it was just kind of one of those. I don't think extended family really realized that the extent of how much I was injured. I don't even know if I had medication at the time. I probably did. Probably enough to stay awake for the full length of the service, but I may not have because I don't really remember the whole thing. And I do remember services that I've been to after. The more locked down my health care stuff has been over time, and the more documented it has gotten, and the greater body of reference that I've been able to provide, the faster and faster I've been able to immediately work through issues with insurance, in the state's Medicaid has just passed things like that. Sometimes like that week, that day, they have people assigned to me right now. It's like things are just, it works. That's how it's supposed to be. It only isn't if the patient can't initiate so much on their own, and that's very rare. That's me. And that happens the second things become unstable, around me, but not anything to do with me. So it's always those types of things are common. When children transition between different schools, when they move, when you go from middle to high school, when kids in public school have the special thing that they do for the kids for accommodations, when that changes, or it did change, because I had to be educated on all of this, so I would know how to answer questions in case, so that it could save my life. And it was you tell the kid, teach me something once, and probably it was a multi-stage lecture for hours as an emergency in between surgeries, and then done afterwards to make sure that I still retain the information. And then someone flew out to probably do it 2 or 3 times in person between states. It's a normal thing in the United States for childhood cancers. It's a good thing too. There's nothing else in this month. or August, late August, I guess. Whatever software change or thing that I didn't change because I don't change the developer settings on Android, so for sound. Um, and I have nothing enabled that could be accessibility due to that being another process running in the background, drains your battery, and I don't use it. Don't have hearing aids. So anything before like August 30th, probably 31st, or whatever the last day I guess would be of August for 2025. I'm I'm positive that there was some sort of probably security update for audio, or just audio got better because someone published some sort of new audio thing, and that's why. Maybe it's not something everybody can tell. Like I didn't even realize it until I started looking at these. But it's definitely a serious jump forward for it to be integrated like this. Like you don't get stuff like within the span of a week or so. Like one thing changing, potentially not with apps updating. Because I don't think any of my apps on my phone ever update unless I manually do it, because I'm always out of storage space. So it's probably just a security thing, security update, whatever. There's nothing happening on this one. I have no idea what's. I probably sat there and was asleep. Maybe I sat there. Yeah, I know I sat there and then I came downstairs later on. I remember. Did I open the door for this one? Oh, the door may have been open. It may have been in the hallway. I don't know. Oh no, I I was on my bed, I think, or went to the door or something. I don't remember, and there's nothing that was picked up by the audio for like the first entire time, so I definitely wasn't in one place. It's totally possible that I was so out of it that my door was open. I didn't recognize that fact, and probably was like back. I didn't. The alarm wasn't heard. There must have been a significant period of time before my mother was done doing whatever she was doing, and I was literally sleeping. Probably like just disarmed it and then went back to sleep, and then she came up like a certain amount of time later, and I have no idea what that is because I should have, if nothing else, to track time, started and then recording, and then even if I fall asleep or whatever, I can for hours and hours and hours, which has absolutely happened. It's happened to where I've woken up over 20, 48 hours later. My phone crashed, like charged itself, and I got charged and then rebooted it, and then realized that the first thing that would pop up because it crashed again immediately is the fact that it was recording basically that whole time in the background, or at least was demonstrating it as like a timestamp, even if it probably didn't record anything because the phone was off. It like had a stop and end time would be for the file size still that whole time period. It's just probably inserted white noise or nothing for that whole period because that's just that says text. That's text for start, text for end. but it doesn't actually have to be written to the drive. It just has to have the start and stop, and that's why I use the lowest quality possible, so that it will, because the earliest types of audio that were created don't have a lot of the same ability to like have other data things with them, and I'm not an audio engineer, so I know enough about it to know that it exists, but it's so simplistic, it voids like the computer's interpretation that there should be something else there, so your phone won't actually run out of storage space, things like that. So if this is an example of me not at all doing what I've tried to am very good about with muscle memory, of just timing myself so that I can figure out what happened. Which could have been who knows how long between the time that, because I was dead asleep, and I wasn't doing whatever I normally would do because I was still too asleep. And I probably didn't really respond coherently either. I can't hear anything from her, and I'm probably talking to her, and my phone's probably not near me. Or I'm still near the phone, like talking across the room. Because I'm usually always, I have to keep my phone like plugged into charge basically, or else I'll forget, and like then the phone will drain and it turns off, and I miss calls and things. Or the alarm ends up tripping itself a second time or something, and the phone's dead, so I can't handle that. So I'm very good about typically it'll be in a certain location, and my voice does not sound that loud here, and I don't hear anything else. Well, kind of. No, not your shit. And I already don't trust like my answers to be able to interpret like what anyone's asking me. I'm clearly just too tired. See, I'm answering like myself like 2 or 3 times in a row. Oh, the door is definitely open. Wait, did I like take notes for this? No. She might have taken a photo or something and physically showed it to me, because that was clearly like a much more coherent response. You could tell with my voice. I was standing up for that, definitely. I was probably sitting before. I'm probably sitting again. Oh, my bad. And that's not me, like, I'm not screwing around with that. Like, that's, don't have my medication, don't have circumstances set up. That's what brain damage is. That's why it's so difficult to recover from things that you don't have control over. That's why it's dangerous. So if any voices are just completely unintelligible, I'm barely registered. Definitely not going to pop up on like an auto dictation. I'm really like shocked if anybody could actually provide me a transcript, because I know I've looked into professional options for that to pay for, just because years ago, this was even worse. And I really needed back then to have something in writing to review for myself that was on paper and print out and show my doctors, and because things were so bad. And it's the same way too. They didn't change the website. I actually don't think they have recovery options anymore. You have to go in person. That would be such a pain. I'm glad that hasn't happened. I guess a bunch of stuff always changes every time they can do technical things in the government. And between now and whenever this was, I think they locked all of the federal accounts. You have the IRS account, Treasury account, whatever. You now you have one account. It's still the same thing for me because I was always using that, but I don't think there's I don't think you can get I don't think there's two-factor authentication or anything like there was in the way she was probably asking me, because they hadn't done anything for my father, I guess, or probably for herself, because they hadn't met the age to really look into it. But I had to be on Social Security's site and stuff, and I'm always just one to register for a site. I just knock out two-factor authentication. I do whatever right then and there. Most people still don't. I don't know. That's a normal thing to me. I have it for everything, even when it screws me over and I lose access to something, and then I have to go through days of conversations or weeks to regain access or something. I don't mind. I'd really mind if someone did it intentionally. That would not be okay, but that's never happened, so I don't really think that's a possibility. It Now with someone like me, it's just I'm too young. Young people are just expected to where it's yeah, that this person is not senile. They're not there's no reason to just lock everybody out of their thing. They whenever all the possibilities of them coming to harm could happen from them just not having the thing. Even healthcare accounts that I've had, I don't know, auto lock for whatever reason, probably legislative, or the government shut down in one state and didn't in another. It's totally possible. I was able to just get back in within I don't know, half an hour. Not a big deal. But I still remember not even just 10 years ago in high school, having physicians shocked that they couldn't see certain things about my own, at that point, new healthcare accounts, because I am too young, and it prompts you to do all the serious stuff up front. And I had the knowledge of all of that stuff, being a software engineering major, and that thing was just normal to me. So I was just wait, what do you mean? Can you show me? And they showed me, and they were I was oh, wow. It's that rare. And they just fixed it so that it wouldn't actually inhibit anyone, because I requested that to as many levels of IT as I had to it was just a process to go through. I was probably one of the first ones that they had to deal with that with. But that's how new technologies work. I know what I look at whenever I have accounts on stuff. I'm very confident with my knowledge on that because I've been asked so many different questions on certain things like that. Accused of things about stuff with that. Not really appropriate things. But I know what I see. I know a lot more about what goes on of what I see. Much more than most people. The IT guys usually talk to me directly because they know they're going to figure out how to do their job the best, the fastest that way, rather than potentially doing it another way. It's like that obvious. But that doesn't mean I know what goes on with other people's stuff. Never seen it. And I used to handle most account related kind of stuff for my family and was very kind of proud of the fact that I did, but relationships aren't that great. So, and they're not going to improve to where it would be appropriate for me to do that. I don't believe. So I wouldn't even offer that, even though I did. I tried to actively participate with my family and have a role, because that was a healthy thing, kind of, and I'd helped my relationship a lot. And started like building it up for the first time because there wasn't really much of a relationship before. I did dying child cancer, and it took so many years to get to the point where I could even do the things I had been wanting to do, or that didn't exist before because I didn't have the physical ability for it to exist, and that that shows up with this too. Like being spoken to about some things because I guess even if I can't hear it here for my answers, I'm still kind of being leaned on for questions about like IT kind of stuff. I did at one point was heavily involved and heavily trusted. The only person my grandfather went to make sure it was done and something was handled that was that important well was me. And he knew when I was doing it that I would catch anything that could have been wrong, just in case. And that's something you do have to watch out for in certain circumstances. It's important. But no, it was handled perfectly, and it was my first time looking at it, and my only time I've ever seen that because I don't have that same structure. And I have no idea what the structure is for anyone else. I don't think it's uniform. I think it's individual people moving pension plans around, so it looks different for everybody. From what people remember back in the day, maybe they went to like a bank or something. It's just things have been so different, even from like not even one generation to the next. That I only knew what I was looking at and how there wouldn't be issues in the future if something were to happen and someone didn't have such intimate knowledge of their own family's like history and things like that, because they were taught it for that reason. That like things would still be fine. I don't even know if I heard the ADT thing go off again. It may have. I heard myself sigh there, kind of. That could have just been me breathing. I'm probably asleep. Every time there used to be an account thing for stuff like IT, my relationship got to such a good point at the end of high school to where like my father would print out everything like that he had any questions about, even slightly, um, because it, he was trusting my continuing to grow knowledge as I entered for software engineering. I just knew so much more than at the time anyone he could ask, even like at like, his firm and stuff. Um, because back then their IT coursework hadn't even been updated to what we were doing because it was all academic. I think it's the best way to put it. It was school to me, and just like it just stuff like as what I'm interested in and things like that. But everybody else probably would have interpreted it as like, oh, this is like the next big thing that we have to like prepare in our business and stuff like that. That like flew over my head. But nothing I did then applied to like whatever I was ever shown because it was like it's still like been a decade between the two and it just hasn't been relevant. Um, and I could actually answer why. I just am not going to go on a tangent for that while I sit here and watch this like white noise. Or not even white noise, there's no actual sound. That shows just how good background noise is parsed out. Because I don't have it set up to cut between different like recognized voice on recording because that uses more processing. If you know for sure that like that's gonna crash your phone eventually, it will crash. The whole thing will be corrupted and it'll fail. At least on in my circumstances, and it's not worth trying to get around that. It's not like it's a phone. It's not. I'm doing other stuff with it. Talking to emergency services. I have it's using my location. I'm receiving text messages. I'm doing what like looking at my medical records. I'm faxing like the doctor while I'm sitting there, or like someone else is like on the phone with me on the same phone. Um, so like it has to do as little as possible. So this is not just like inserted white noise. It really does not record or register any sound. Like there's sound, but sound is like I can't perceive it. I have pretty good hearing. Oh look, there's me closing my door. Yes, I'm going downstairs. I clearly wasn't holding my phone either, because I believe I would have heard someone else who wasn't me. But I have no idea. This is just if my voice is the only thing that's in there for months now. Did I go back upstairs? I probably did. No, that's my phone making the noise. Sometimes it does that. It sounded differently than the beep from the thing when you're next to it. So that's the noise the phone like makes. And sometimes it goes away instantly. Like if I tap out of that thing, it's a text saying that it's like done. Um, but like the other audio is like it just makes it. You can't like turn that off. I don't. It's like a system level thing for I don't know, probably legal reasons or security or something, or to tell you for sure that it is arming and like it's about to be on again. So I'm clearly still downstairs. Oh yeah, this was. I don't understand what even went on with this. I still don't, but I'm not gonna ask questions about it. I'm not gonna play the rest of it. It's irrelevant. It's just me talking to myself the whole time. And like that's me just giving notation, and I don't think it's relevant notation. I don't want to hear it because it's just kind of stressful, and I don't think it should be brought up or pursued or anything. It's just like it just doesn't have anything to do with me. I just don't understand it. uh and it wasn't something that was like spoken about the whole time. I didn't hear it on recording. I didn't hear me responding that would have made sense about it. It was just like something that didn't make sense, and it was just there, and I just have no fucking idea. It's better not to think about it too hard. It's good to have some sort of record, and like me writing like dictation on something like that. Like I don't do that much, at all ever. So if I'm just holding my phone and I'm doing that, it's just it's whatever. It's because I know I'm not going to remember whatever this is, or I'm that tired, or I'm having some sort of other healthcare complication, or something's like dangerous, and I'm like, okay, this thing's happening. I've done that before with like I've seen water, and my mother had was able to respond and came over and like did check for water. That was like the same week that I moved in, and then they got the roof fixed immediately and stuff like that. Um, big, you know, example roof could have collapsed, but it didn't. Um, but that's like the level of like why I just don't do stuff like that. I learned about doing that by being raised by my father. My father did that all the time, every day of my life. He would do that, and then just while hanging, so he could be with his kids and be around us more at my school, in public, anywhere. We walk at restaurants. He's standing there, do that, get up, and then he had a little tape recorder, like a little actual little that spun, and for years, because it gave super high quality audio, like super expensive and old school, but it recorded at a much higher level than you could get with anything digital. Probably even up to current modern day, at least to the reliability they need. Yeah, it did, and he gave that to his paralegal, because that's what I was taught and told, and that's what he'd say. And then they do whatever with it, send it off to a judge if the judge asks. Like when I got older, he was still doing it, and a judge would call him while he was talking to another judge on like the phone with like technology and stuff, and they needed him to do something right then and there or whatever, and it could be done. That's what would happen. I used to love the same thing, and they'd ask about that thing because like everybody knew about it. Like he still used that. They could rely on him to always have it like on hand, even if he was like bringing me to my doctor's appointments and we were in the appointment. And my doctors didn't mind, just waiting for a minute or two so that something could happen. If it was significant enough, he'd like apologize and have to leave. And sometimes that means I'd have to make a new appointment. That happened a lot sometimes, but it was just it's understandable. And so I know how to do it, and I'm not gonna say I do it well, but I remember I've seen photos of myself near him doing that, but holding me is like, well, I had my whatever the breathing device thing that they had for me after I got out of the NICU for a long time. I usually be sitting on the ground and it would be like connected to me, kind of. I'm tired right now, so I'm not actually giving the name for it, but I usually would. If I was actually feeling a lot better, I would immediately say the word, because I've said it 1,000 times before, because that actually matters a lot uh, to a lot of different specialists and specialist physicians. Um, it's like they see, oh, well, you're premature. Okay, well, what about this? And then I answer with the name of the thing, and it matters. But there was a bunch of photos taken of me because I, kid barely surviving but doing well. My father stayed home a lot, and other people would come over and they'd take photos too. And they showed me some of those photos when I got older and became an adult and things like that. That they still kept them. That they liked to see that I was older in my Air Force uniform. Um, and like, look, we still have photos of you back, then, because it was like a big deal that at that time. And then my father was always there doing the same thing with the same tape recorder thing. So it's not weird if it ever pops up. I might not normally talk like that or do that, but that's because I type faster. Do a better job doing that and doing something in a technical context, because that's just how I am, I guess. If I really had to do something super fast, I would pull up like Visual Studio Code, and then I would have autocomplete handling stuff with like an AI algorithm to basically predict what I'm writing with like a giant background of text that it pulls from like GitHub and stuff. So it'll know what I'm gonna need it to type like instantly because of that. It's a pretty common thing nowadays. So I could do something super fast with that, but it's also very tiring. Especially if it's something I'm doing that's not like it's not software I don't want to do stuff and rely on like that software stuff. I like keeping that separate to an extent. Emotionally, I just feel like that's better. I'd also like to not have to fall back when I'm like so exhausted like this to dictating to my phone, because I like all the positive memories associated with that. I don't want to have to do it out of necessity. It's not my job. I shouldn't be forced into that circumstance. But I guess it happens. There's really like nothing going on in any of these, or there is a lot to me, but if I go back a year or two, I'm not even going to be able to explain the circumstances, and there's not going to be any information that isn't just me, because obviously something has changed, and it's just me. And I know recently they did pass a lot of legislation that allowed a bunch of software stuff that existed for niche uses, but no one really, it wasn't used as like a full rollout yet. And I've noticed that it's automatically changed stuff in the background for certain things. I'm pretty thankful for that. It's also failed a bunch of times, catastrophically, and but I think that at this point it might not no longer do that for my account. It did it like again and again and again and again, and I think it's not going to do it anymore. It had nothing to do with anyone else. It's just what happens when the AI needs to be taught, I guess. If by law they had to start from fresh, and they couldn't use like the decades of data they've been collecting, probably for the at the United States level, uh, then yeah, that's why it's gonna start thinking that like not even full phrases or context. The AI can recognize context, and if the AI is like acting that stupid and popping up with this is the problem, and it's like that's a word that's like a that like an indicator, but it's not this because this is a indication in software that's existed for like 50 years, but that isn't. So if I write that, and that was one of the things that popped up, it was like really. And because of the context, like it couldn't be recovered. Uh, but I think that got my account reviewed so that that would no longer happen instantly, and they were probably dealing with that with everybody. I bet big companies that actually make money and invest millions of dollars into advertising and stuff like that, they were probably freaking out just because overnight it happened. Someone like me, I spend money to have everything hosted, but I don't make money. I can't make money, and I don't mind. The fact that I can go to sleep knowing it's going to be there is all I care about. Having everything just catch on fire basically is not normal. Uh, when the computers just can't do their job at all and just start acting like that's some sort of ridiculous circumstance, like in fiction, is specifically what happens when something is just any previous stuff is just discarded and you're doing it again for the first time. It's just a thing within that context. It's how you can tell that that's what's going on. But it was a bunch of big legislative things that probably got delayed just so that that wouldn't happen, if I had to guess. I know they probably could have done a maybe a worse job because they didn't have other stuff done, but I think when I entered LSU, it could have been done if I knew about it. Even though it wasn't in the textbooks, we just still all knew about it. It answer questions on tests and stuff we could answer when asked. But I don't think I could provide like a reference, so that probably meant it wasn't a good time to implement it. Then I guess COVID happened. Maybe that kind of delayed it further. Um, but I don't know. That's still a lot of time though. It's almost like I think it's like 10 years close to. Even if I was really involved with certain stuff while I was still in high school, and that was unusual, I think that's a solid 10 years that I'd say that in that context should not have happened in this past like month. But I've also never seen it happen before. I wasn't doing anything that could have shown it to happen, I guess. Um, but it's not like I was healthy enough to actually have, you know, normal interactions with people or play video games and on live stream and show how physically I'm doing and catch myself having seizures or not, and show and solidify the efficacy of my medication so that my physicians could better get prior authorizations and stuff for me. Things that is basically required that I was never able to provide before. I couldn't do that in high school. I was asked for it. Asked questions about like, you know how to like do these sort of things. They knew I played video games. They knew I like knew about live streaming and stuff. I just didn't do it. I didn't have a camera connected to my computer. I didn't really. I spoke every day to people the whole time I was ever online. I never thought that. But I didn't like broadcast myself. It wasn't like that was my thing. It took me a really long time to get so much worse, just due to other unconnected but causative uh, medical complications and such. That it, that's what I do now. It's just that important. It's like a in hindsight type of a thing. I mean, that for most people, that's probably never going to be relevant for their whole lives. It's probably completely irrelevant, but that's like 100%. What's going to save my life or not is like being able to know something somewhere and find it and say like, okay, there was this is what was going on right before I got to my appointment today, and at the appointment today, I collapsed. We can rule this thing out because nothing happened here. But if that couldn't happen, I don't get to do that thing anymore. Ever. Even if there's no reason behind that. Just in case. That would have been a big deal. Yeah, the alarm went off while I was going to the bathroom. Yeah, and she was very angry about the fact that, you know, I have a lease and I pay it. And it shouldn't be impossible to request that if someone's just going to show up, they tell me ahead of time. She did. And seemed to want to not tell me as much as possible, just like despite me, and I don't know why. I have no idea why that happens sometimes. I don't do that. That's effort. I don't have effort to spend for inanity like that. And it doesn't happen that often with her, but she does do it sometimes. And it's always something like this, where it's just like, I don't know why. I don't understand. And sometimes she does stuff like this, just randomly demand more money, even when it's detrimental financially to the whole family to do that kind of a thing. The more it's done, the closer it gets to criminality, and that's not good for anybody. It's not good for me. It's not good for them. It's not good. It's important though that it's not hidden, or else it doesn't stop, and no one cares because I lived through that for years. Many things go away with proven profit seeking. Making it go away, that's a felony. And you still can't hear anybody besides me. And I'm inside my room. I think I was actually standing there naked at the time because I'd been about to take a shower. And I don't really leave in and out of my room much. It's and I think it's just been bad luck that circumstances like this has happened. Take a shower whenever I can take a shower. I focus on my own schedule. I don't think about anybody else. I don't. That's how little contact I have with my family. So I don't fault them for coming over. But if they're gonna make a plan to come over for something like this, it's not like she's yelling at me through the door about the electricity costs, claiming that like I don't have to have lights and the computer and things, even though obviously that's not very reasonable with how little uh, wattage the computer actually takes. Actually, I can leave my computer on as a light. It will draw less than the light I have over there. I'm just lucky that we got mine set up before that type of GPU went off the market. Very lucky. It's not very powerful, but that's just a pure chance thing too. And I only know that like to say that, like I'm kind of anecdotally stating, while it's as stressful as hell just to listen to this, is because I wrote up, documented all of that to present it back when I was younger and believed that they'd be reasonable and not just continue to scream at me. They weren't. A few times they threw the paper on the floor, they hit me with it, just going all the way back into high school and shit like that. Mm-hmm. I was naive, I guess. I wanted it to be like I could easily prove something and, be assistive at the same time. and that like things would be better. And I took years of counseling and follow up and stuff to get over all of that. But at this point, I don't live with anybody else. At one point, I to prove for sure, and because it was genuinely an issue, one that really only affected me, and it did devastatingly affect me due to my central nervous system damage, was the temperature fluctuations from the cold. And that was screwing up potential diagnoses and potential solutions with medication. Things that could be life or death with one medication that they might need to move me to. Well, that might also cause me to stop breathing, especially if the temperature is something that I can't measure or control. Because my mother she stopped at a certain point, but for years she would obsessively go upstairs and then turn the temperature down as much as possible until she heard it come on. Even though the systems upstairs and downstairs were separate for that reason. They had been separate since I had been diagnosed with basically cancer in 2008. So I think, or maybe it was a bit after, but they changed. My father had everything changed just because, he had the opportunity to, and it was not common to do that for our size of our house, but our house was like on the edge of is it enough in like volume to do it, or is it not enough? And they did it. It was expensive, but had the resources, so they did it. I was just fortunate, but like not the ever didn't start until like the end of when I was in high school, and it affected me and my sister a lot. And when my sister was in college and I was still at home and she was gone, and I just having too many medical problems, so I spent some of my first Social Security money to try to fix my environment, invest in, do what I couldn't do before. And I documented temperature changes, and it was like super severe. Just on the edge from one end of the hallway to the next, like in a way that shouldn't have normally been the case, but just was. Just how it was. I mean, like the house is old enough, and the air systems have been switched enough, decades and decades and decades. But the little like temperature monitoring devices got off Amazon. They were expensive, but damn, were they accurate? They did their job. That company was good, and it had to take a bit of know-how to export the data, but I was competent at that point to do that. Something I couldn't have done in like middle school or understand as much. I could do on my own, and I had the opportunity to, and I did. That was like all I did. I wasn't doing other things. I wasn't having fun every day because too many medical problems were occurring. It was the winter, so I just had to fix it. So that's what I did. Just fix it like today so that it never happens again. But even with, months of documentation, like minute to minute, like 3 minutes to 5 minutes, settings, sometimes 1 minute, I went through the whole thing so that I'd make sure to show when the changes would happen and stuff. The only real fix was to knock part of the wall in and give me a special unit in my room, which I liked. It was nice, but that's usually not, shouldn't be necessary. It was only necessary because someone was changing half of the entire system to where it turned on too much. Now that I live alone, I keep it basically to where it doesn't come on at all. If it comes on, I'll start to be almost depending on what's going on, in physical pain when the temperature will just drop down too much, especially since my shoulder, back then I didn't have shoulder injury, but since then I will start to actually notice, and after working it out with my physicians, figuring out what that was, that's what that is in stimulation to the central nervous system, or in some regard, was definitely, I was told like where in my spine or something, but I don't know enough to say, and I didn't write it down because I was probably not doing well enough at that time, whatever. I didn't document it. I kind of wish I did, but I know what the symptom is, even if I can't tell anyone what it is, and know how to solve it. Have a solution now that only took until this past year to get regularly, and that was just because I didn't have the physical capacity to even ask my doctor, and remember to ask my doctor, even if I wrote it down, about needing a refill for like lidocaine patches, because that's what I was. The one physician, and figure out with them and their team, with multiple different physicians and specialties like orthopedics and stuff like that, and surgical follow-ups over years and different surgeries, and like constant multi-times a week other following and stuff, and they were following me at the same time to document seizures during like stuff. So, and this was all kind of at the tail end of me figuring out stuff with the temperature. So that could just be a different thing, because that's one of the first things that the patients requested to control, so that they can make sure so they completely eliminate the easiest things. So that what symptom they're seeing in person, like if it's really cold in a hospital, is this temperature range doing like what they're observing type of a thing, then maybe that's a simpler fix than people would think. But there really isn't any, besides I control the whole system. And I still have like intermittently the heat on. That on my heater I purchased myself because I had to. When I came here and was moved here, I didn't have a working like space heater or anything. I avoided them because they made too much noise, and the noise gave me a cluster migraine headache, and that causes other symptoms, and it's also a cluster migraine headache. And if to be warmer I have to be having that, then I won't even be able to tell anyone if I'm having seizures because I have a cluster migraine headache. It's like interfering symptom profiles. I have to eliminate them like one by one for it to work. And thankfully, they came out with this type of a heater like that year. I took out like some sort of pay over time loan with Amazon to buy it, and it works. It doesn't even use that much power at all. But this type in this climate were unusual before demand like skyrocketed due to like changing temperatures and stuff. They're pretty everywhere else. They'd use like New York City sometimes, like they have like steam systems. Because I've been asked questions by physicians like, people are from different places or did residency or fellowship in different places, and then their answers to certain things were, why don't you get one of these? And then someone next to them, in front of me, there's still multiple people. It doesn't work that way here. It's because that's just how it is. Like in some places in the UK, they do the same thing. They have like steam kind of setups, and they do their pumps and stuff differently, but they're also at different elevations. It's not that way at the lowest point, basically, in the United States at depth. But not necessarily for like any other reason than it's just never been that way. I don't think we weren't getting as cold of winters in my lifetime until recently. It was usually still hot. Like besides if you got out of the wind, you were fine. I was fine too. I wasn't fine, but I wasn't catatonic. I'd stand there and stare into space even if I was wearing a windbreaker, and other students would have to walk up and like move me somewhere else. I kind of look frozen. And happened enough times to where other students were upset to where I was like recorded having that happen. So they could show it to me, and I immediately explained what it was because I knew what it was. I just kept constantly like following other students around, friends to talk or whatever, and there's wind chill. That's my problem. But I was also a kid, and I was just focusing on being there that day. That's how that was. It didn't happen in high school. I was prepared by that time. I made sure to start my relationships with people like that. I knew how to control how we were walking and things like that. I was walking in at a much higher level of like awareness for those types of things because I had to be, because that's just how things go. I just did it at a younger age. But if changes in temperature is something I can't do myself, then I can't document anything. Nothing happens. I get worse and worse and worse, and then I die. I don't get up as frequently in the winter because I might not feed myself. I start dropping weight drastically. That's been documented. If I have any sort of like exposed nerve gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Surgery might fail based off of that. Might not be able to like prove it didn't. Might make it hard for them to do another follow-up surgery because of concerns that it could fail immediately again. Because my environment can't change somehow. They finally did. Even if I had brought the environment to a stable and good point, I thought maybe I was wrong completely, but I thought, and I had worked very, very hard every single day just to get up, to be able to get up and move around more and gain mobility. To me, it looked like it was a perfectly acceptable circumstance, but I guess it just wasn't, and it was always going to get worse because of just circumstances that aren't me, but it's just others' health concerns. So, and I wasn't really aware of those. That was kind of kept from me to an extent because I guess that's how it is. And that's just how that sort of condition always works. And I'm on my own now. And now I'm probably as close as I've ever been to full functioning that I had, or close to it, when I had the most support from family and did the least amount of things myself. And I'm doing things myself that I never did then. Didn't even know how to really do because I was managing everything else and I was very functional in that. But I basically needed someone to do everything in the background. And the second that like my mother didn't started not doing that or having problems, I still was pretty functional and I was able to keep everything kind of together, not for my whole family pretty much, until I just wasn't there anymore because anything serious health related, it looks like it's just gonna knock me almost to death's door. And then no one else was there, so I had to kind of, more by chance than anything else, build myself up to a certain point to allow my physicians to start progressing with the things they would have prescribed and done day one, but couldn't because of observed symptoms that wouldn't go away even after, like, okay, we'll see him back in a year, see him back in 6 months, see him back in a month, again and again and again and again. It didn't matter until it was enough that like entire medication regimens were shifted and possibly just had problems. Maybe even just due to the fact that prescribing dates were different. Because see a physician once in the winter, but something happens. Maybe I was easier, don't show up. I don't know. Maybe I didn't wake up for a day. Who knows? Something like maybe transportation couldn't be there. Maybe there was like severe accidents or something. It's just life. But I couldn't even reschedule that, like talk on the phone with people. I didn't have documentation of doing that. I didn't even do that. And because of that, there was just nothing. If it relied on me and it was a point of critical failure, it always failed. And the best shot I had of just naturally being healthier was always in like June, July, because even if you're blasting the AC in most buildings, not this one actually, but most, like when I lived with my family, as long as I kept my system off, changes to the overall system actually couldn't handle like putting it on 50 degrees. It would try to. Yeah, it may have just been an old system and it just did that. It would continue to try it. It wasn't like a new one that sensed the environment or anything. This is a very old house. It would do what you told it to do, and it would mechanically stop at a much higher temperature than 50. But if it was October like it is now, and you told it to have it 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which absolutely affects me greatly, I might not wake up that day because I will be having like greater than chills. I'll be basically frozen. My jaw won't be moving. My muscles will be having problems. It'll be very severe because I'm asleep the whole night. Whatever. I'm not moving, and it gets to that temperature, and it really is that temperature because it's like allowed to be that temperature. And we have high humidity here, even with AC on and stuff. So it's a lot worse than most people would probably think. It's like barely tolerable to most people. They'd like be like, this is uncomfortable, I'm too cold type of a thing, but they could probably like shrug it off. Anybody with medical issues, people with like spine problems, stuff like that, they'd have to leave the room, leave the building. Couldn't be there type of a deal. And since I took a very, very long time, basically right before I moved, to have that entire separate heater for myself, or AC system for myself with heating and everything, for complete control of just myself inside the room with it not connected to anything else, which took structural changes to do. That caused, I was like warm, but I had to stay in my room until I did. I was fine with that. I'm not really that fine with that now. I don't think that that's a good thing. It's not healthy. Um, but I was at least starting to like recover from years of basically not being functional at all with that control. If someone were to like disrupt that for no reason, yeah, I wouldn't have that at all either. I don't know why anyone would do that. But like, the reason I live alone is because it's just necessary medically, and I control the temperature. No one else, I works with everything else. If I didn't live alone, I wouldn't be able to accommodate someone else's sleep schedule. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. Couldn't. That's just how it is. And like they're not gonna do things like someone who's family to someone else would, to like work around that for their kid. they just expect, like, I don't know what it would be. I've never lived with anyone. It's just no one would believe it's reasonable, uh, for that fact alone. I have to get up and do laundry and stuff like that. I have to do dishes. I have to cook. I have to do it when I can. Get up and get ready for my appointments in the morning. Being yelled at in June about electricity when I don't have the air conditioner on. I don't need it most of the time. Well, it's just not me. And I don't need to be notified of it with someone just entering no notice and tripping alarms and having no concrete anything to ask me about. There's no solutions being built on. There's no, like, ideas about, okay, we think there's some electrical faults here. Should, like, look out for this. There's nothing. It's just being screamed at. Barely get into my room in time. I was on the toilet. I didn't flush. I was about to take a shower, probably go to sleep. I have no bathroom access inside my room. I can't just go from locked door and just, wait out things. Thankful that this circumstance was handled without it, going on and on and on and on, because I was able to go to the bathroom. That's a big deal. Even if I don't think I actually was able to wash up or anything. Which is pretty much, it never happens for me. That doesn't happen. So this circumstance was not a good one. It's like I can remember what everything that was said while I was watching this, but I didn't hear it. Now I'm gonna be able to listen to this and hear it like I did in front of me. The only thing you hear is me. You don't hear anything else. At least this one, I think you can tell that there might be someone talking to me. Maybe. Or it might sound like someone screaming it like something else outside. Kind of. Which, you can't hear inside from outside if you're recording at all. Because that has not popped up on the hundreds and hundreds of hours that I've spoken to people online. You can't hear anything. Even when there's been people, like, trying to, when their, like, dogs have gotten loose and stuff, and I've heard them, and my friends have been like, like, what's going on, because something's going on. Nothing's going on. Nothing could be heard. I'm pretty sensitive to noise, cluster migraine, headaches, and all. That's totally normal for someone like me. I'm very fortunate that the treatment for my epilepsy also assists to some regard with that, and has been used for explicitly just migraines in a preventative manner. I guess probably with like coordinating with epilepsy, but you can't really use it on top of other things if your seizures like continue to get worse, is what I was told, or are completely uncontrolled, like if I was out on the street. Then I wouldn't be able to be on it, so I would have uncontrolled cluster migraine headaches, which are enough usually for like immediate stuff from the state to happen, from what I understood. But clearly that's not necessary. The medication that treats my epilepsy the best in combination with what raises my seizure threshold is I can be on with no issues. I don't talk much about, what else goes on and why I know those things, or why they may have to bring social workers in to talk to me about them. It's because they suspect that I'm only that bad off, or showing symptoms of like in a certain way, because of something that may not have even been happening at home. But even I wasn't possibly sure of because I was doing so bad. I think it's a couple times it was just stuff was going on and no one really did talk to each other, and stuff, which is oftentimes I think the best thing. Things were kind of stable. Like the only reason I remember that is because I had responded positively, believing that things were going well, because I was focused as much as I could, because I was instructed to on social stuff, to maintain relationships, following not being in school every day in high school anymore and stuff like that, which I did great with. Did a fantastic job. I knew I was going to do a great job with that, and I did. Doesn't mean I wasn't necessarily believed, really, but it was, there's reason for that skepticism. I was just one of the exceptions in that. But I was wrong about things having been positive just because I was focusing so much on one thing. Because that's not me. That's not a good outcome. Good outcomes like now. This is pretty good. I'm managing very things that shouldn't be happening to anyone, very well. You know, might seem like I'm just talking to myself with that, but I'm doing a very good job, and that's because I'm physically at a good point. It's not mental; it's all physical. I've never just been like sad. I've seen people be that way, and it seems devastating. I just haven't been. There's probably always going to be something I'm going to have to focus on, and where that's probably never going to happen to me. I still would show more results, have a much, I think, better life if none of this stuff that's just is not abnormal. It doesn't involve me. it ever happened again. But I tried to stop certain things like that back when I was a minor, like legal protections. It got too bad. Hitting someone when they're in uniform is bad. Wasn't allowed to just do nothing. And I was perfectly fine with just hiding, covering it up, and talking about covering it up and presenting a case for covering everything up. And you don't have to actually be able to do anything else in that kind of context besides just go high enough up, and then they say no. And that wasn't like the last time. I still was trying to have any relationship with any of my family, but I just wanted that for myself because I knew that was better in a clinical context. And I was the best person to force that to happen if it ever could be better. It just, it really wasn't gonna ever happen. Too many people's decisions were made that just how it is. I mean, stuff like this had been happening then. I don't know. Me not having lived separately was actually the main reasons that nothing was going to be escalated. Because it's a really big deal to certain things. Even when normally, like, someone's kids and that time period, like growing up, might kind of shield them and their family of consequences. That doesn't happen in other cases. But I do have so much going else on with me. And things just kept popping up that made my life, that they were clearly just medical. It you kind of avoided everything, kind of. And at this point, it's not going to be relevant. I don't think. If it does, I'd be surprised, but not exactly completely shocked. Because it's not like the response was very positive for me to have an attitude of, you're correct, fact, factually and supported. This is the best course of action because of all of the risks if we don't do this. And it being like 100% agreement. But in other cases, they imprison the person for just having said that. So if it wasn't like the case like me, like I would have died if we failed, And I'm the best one to not to keep myself safe, know the most about my healthcare, or lack thereof. That's the only reason why, like, that wouldn't have happened. And I would have done the same thing if I was sitting on the other side of that too. It's just how it's how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if my inability to control anything now didn't result in similar, I don't even know what to call it, but I'd say extremely short, out of nowhere intervention, kind of. I mean, not that. It's probably like a word that means something. It wouldn't be like a punishment either. It forces like the correct behavior regarding a certain circumstance. You can't just have people doing something when there's the history of something and they kind of like got away with something, or it might look that way. So if it ever comes back up for an option and it's within a certain time frame and people still remember, and the person in question is not like, super in control and like I'm, able to show positive, like they look good. So, been so many years since thing happened. Hasn't happened since. Yeah, I can't do that. The less things I have that show even to me when I'm listening to stuff that has a proof of like the other one of my mother like trying and clearly showing effort. Well, at least I think it did show. It showed that to me because that's what was happening. I even if her voice wasn't really heard, but that single instance isn't going to be enough amongst everything else because it's already past the point of me being ordered by physicians to physically cut contact, and that's happened like 10 times. And that's all that any federal level needs to see. Social Security's got all of my medical stuff, and they see that on the electronic records. If anybody wanted to do anything based off of that, it would only harm me, but if I'm going to die anyway, they don't care. It's not even one instance of something in between this. Or if there is, I didn't know. It happened too fast. I was caught unawares. Or I just didn't record it. It's much better for me just to record everything. I used to be so afraid of coming downstairs before I got like injured on my shoulder and stuff like that. And I just things that didn't have anything to do with me just didn't make sense. Hadn't finished going through years of counseling and stuff like that. And there didn't exist anything for me to have any degree of safety. I just like start the clock and then stop the clock basically every day. Just go to the bathroom, just eat. Didn't listen to anything but that's how I could prove and actually answer it all instead of being completely unable to, that no, nothing happened here. Because if anything did, then I would like separate it or have like some other indication. But that's what happens when you're always in danger. And you don't even know how many times. And it could just be due to your own medical circumstances. Have a seizure. My memory isn't going to be affected by that, but like when I'm asked that day, like, why you have a bruise like on your head? Well, it's really tough to convince anyone that I wasn't hit on the head with a blunt force object. And when I don't know for sure, and it's been like increasingly more reinforced that my family doesn't care and will hit me, and that's all the physicians know. They have no reason to act that way, and they're acting that way. They could have, out of emotion and due to the fact that they had just gotten lucky, nothing had ever hurt me before then. Hadn't grown up getting hit. So it's like an emotional thing. It could instantly turn to this kid's gonna get killed, and he just doesn't know it. That was like super horrifying whenever I was first faced with that, and then I was faced with it again after realizing that I probably had a concussion multiple times, and I was probably hit on the head a couple times, but I may have just been sitting somewhere, and then it got misassociated with later in the day me collapsing, which I then hit my head even worse and almost died. It was like real close, and you can't see it, but like for a long time, there were issues with my eyes, and like how it kind of looked, and the pressure difference for ophthalmology. It wasn't a difficult thing to fix. It was easy. They like changed the pressure they were already using for tests they were regularly doing on me, and just because of that, by chance, like I had an appointment right after it happened. That's why there was basically no issues with recovery. Otherwise, it would have been a very severe surgery and recovery process, because they explained to me they'd have to cut some sort of nerve or something to like move something and maybe break a bone or something, because of just how I fell. It's just how it is. But that was kind of at the point where I just knew I was going to have to record, just because I really didn't believe that, due to how easy it would have been to actually kill me, it probably wasn't that. I may have gotten hit or something somewhere else, happened too fast or something, and then that affected me. And frequent falls, like concurrently, may have been more like strokes or something. For that, every time I had a major seizure, I had never hit my head. Ever. I had like smashed my leg against stuff. In the song and dance to go through for like, did anyone hurt you and stuff, like, it was easy to, even in a disoriented state, explain, no, this is a seizure. I'm fairly positive this happened. What did the people who were with me say? Well, they said that did happen, yeah. But we didn't want to tell you. And they weren't going to say anything until I kept naming names for the amount of people I knew were around me before I just dropped. Because it was bothering me that they wouldn't just, like, confirm that I was pretty positive it was, like, the edge of a bench at a restaurant. And could, like, describe how that looked and stuff like that, and all these things. Because I was very functional to an extent at that point. I had the most support. I had support from a lot of other people around me who weren't just my family. I was still in school. But that was the very end of it. But I didn't have any of the serious seizure problems until a few years later. But I also, at that point, had a few years gap between any support and food, or just all that brings. Nutrition is a big part of that. It's hard to deal with anything else medically when your medicine's taken away, and you need to establish, epilepsy treatment for other neurological conditions. Everything just it gets real bad real fast, and it stays that way. And you don't really notice it happening. It's like, because it still wasn't something I controlled. I didn't have income that I could have done anything with. I didn't buy my own food or anything. I do buy my own food now. And I've only been gaining and maintaining the weight that I currently do. And I only look stronger. I've gotten better in the last few months. I don't think it's going to be possible to just not have that happen anymore. I don't think it's going to be really allowed. Just because of things that don't concern me, I guess. I think it would cause too many problems, personally. Like so many that the problems that did happen when I was still closer to school or still enrolled in school, there's no way that anything can be passed off as like not crimes at all. And I don't want that to happen. I like having a better life. I don't get anything. I don't go after people. I don't do anything. But you can only so many times, or I guess in my case, like once, be allowed like the opportunity to prove that like things are. I can make sure that things will work out, because I kind of proved that I didn't physiologically. That is, I did what I said I was going to do, but it doesn't mean I was educated enough to know that what physicians were looking for was so much better than where I was documented at. And it was so very, very obvious it was not me. There's just no way I'm going to be able to get through everything. Taking away everything, I think, is even more dangerous. I don't think anybody should be threatened by something that's very provably not concerning anyone. I wanted to have proof that, if not just to reassure myself. But it looks like all I've done is just document medical circumstances, and I didn't remove anyone's voice. I just did that poorly of a job of ensuring that people could be heard, I guess, because I was following instructions from physicians and counseling and stuff to prevent further, like, serious, honestly, at this point, emotional issues. I don't like getting stressed out and freezing whenever I'm interacting with people because that doesn't give them a chance to speak with me, even though it's very long past that point. That's why I do certain things in a certain way, and I don't do them with other people. Like not even a minute after. It's that big of a difference. But I don't like listening to it again and again and again, having to do that like I did that 2 years ago. And that seriously affected me for months. I shouldn't have to be doing that. Because I'm not going to be able to get in front of a social worker and have any excuse to give them. I have no way to hide symptoms that would prove that other people fucked up too. And that won't help me. I won't survive. That's not something I like. Having this many years of this much happen, and more than a decade of it not being on record, just conveniently, that was probably because of me. I wasn't the one who made me physically incapable of continuing that trend at all. It was like not even a thought. It was completely secondary. It was like it happened in the background, and everything just worked. It was great. And then like nothing was there. That was other people's decisions. I don't believe that anyone recognized just how many consequences were going to happen by assuming that anybody needed to believe that I had like been a criminal in some regards. It was that stupid. And since it's been established for so many years, and it seems to keep happening, that means it affects other people. It means it affects everybody. And I'm not involved, or I'm not living with my family, so I have no idea exactly what it is. I didn't know when I was living with them, when I was a child, until I was like basically hit in the face with consequences of them. But once you're out of school, the school can't keep law enforcement away. And I still have no idea how or what is done, or probably isn't done, but it's done in a different way or something that finds its way to them, I guess, first. Like independently of like communicating with them or something. That screws everybody over. It's not that bothers the hell out of me. Yeah, but no, I can't do anything about that. It'd just be good if nothing could be done against me. Is maintaining that standard has been good. Every time that has changed, like everything has been never the same quite. Like very drastic differences. If me and my sister hadn't been minors, my sister probably would have gone to prison. And I don't know if that was deserving or not, but just because of things my parents had done, financial crimes are still financial crimes. And if it's them not the ones doing it or something, education was a weird landscape with that. But that kept happening because of my mother. Like with this, she's showing no coherence with showing up to someone who leases a condo and threatening them and demanding money, not letting the finish go to the bathroom. And they paid their rent, and and there's no, it's a lot of effort on their end for nothing. They know they can't get more money out of me. I have a fixed income. And I don't believe she wants that either. I don't. It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense at this date, at least. It doesn't make sense now. And I was doing worse physically then than I am now, for sure. If I had been demanded to have this happen, then I wouldn't have been able to do it. I don't know what I had done. Then I'm not sure. But this won't happen again because I can't justify it at all. I've listened to hours of nothing but, I guess, just myself. I even purchased, because I was intending to set up an Amazon security system for the little Nest cameras, because they were on sale and I got them part of a deal, so I got other stuff. Like when I first got here, took out credit for it with them. First time I actually was able to get that with them, and it was just something I was paying off for about 2 years, kind of. And I was, enthusiastic about it. I thought that they were good. I hadn't seen anything that I thought was worthwhile. That wasn't going to break, have hardware failures because of the batteries and things. But I thought it was solid. I'd already been very impressed with the tablet I'd gotten, especially with their battery technology. And then they released a whole new system, and I haven't done anything with it. Because that's how fast things are advancing, and how unable I am to keep up with it. All I've been able to do is, not even every time, in every circumstance, almost by muscle memory, just record on my phone. Only whenever there's something serious that I know as serious, and I'm in an emergency mode almost, like this, running me off the toilet. I think that's serious. I do a default, just putting it up. I don't know if I'm gonna be dead the next day, or if that could save someone else's life. I hope that no one just, looks the other way and expects that I'm going to be able to do that too. Because I didn't the first time, I just didn't know. And I almost died. And because of luck, literally, did no one else get put on death row, basically. Because they didn't deserve it. Would never deserve that. It doesn't matter what I say in the future. That's for certain. The possibility of it looking like I might have a future weighs in heavily in that kind of a thing. Because that being less emotionally traumatic. Sometimes there's willingness to agree to certain requests of sorts. When you're younger, and maybe you're not that ignorant, but you're super ignorant about certain things. But you know that that's allowed. That's not usual. It's usually something that I think that people learn much later in their lives. I still don't think most people my age have learned that. But it's not something I think people should rush to learn. But I'm retired now. I understand that that's not really going to be, it's not going to happen. I'm still recovering from infections from issues that I didn't even properly get to document in April. And it would have taken me being healthy and having no medical issues to allow anyone in law enforcement to actually do anything. And I'm sure they all know that, and that's why I wasn't approached about it. And everybody knows it's just I wouldn't have been able to have handled it. Too much stress on the patient. Well, they might just end up dead. And I've only just started trying to curb the infection and things, and we're going constantly to dermatology for that. Infection wasn't there before that, but that's those are the risks you run into whenever a patient who's prohibited from going into an ER does. Everybody can do their best in that case, but there's just no avoiding it. It's definitely true. I don't think that's gonna happen again, but I feel a little bit more confident after today about that. That was what I was worried about, but that didn't happen, so it's good. understand why anything should involve me when it doesn't have anything to do with me. It's not like I'm skipping on money or anything. I'm not allowed to pay. It's just, it doesn't work that way. There's no bail or anything like that. It's, you just die. And then everything shuts down. I've lived enough times to, in other circumstances, to keep watching the shutdown part and be a part of the, build back up part, kind of. Having statements you make be used to shut whole clinics down, when it's not like you knew that they were just there to establish that you were there. And that's, yeah, whatever makes me important enough to for that to happen is why it happens. I guess I don't understand how those types of things work, but I know that the amount of money behind a cancer child, it's the only one alive and has an innumerous number of therapeutics being developed off of it, like being even tertiarily like near something that happens that they're not aware of, because it's like whatever. I still argued against the fact that it like happened, so I really didn't understand. I was convinced, but I think I almost convinced them to just like do something else maybe, because they didn't ask anything else of me, and it was like a formality. And but my memory of the circumstances were so good, and other like cases, like it just didn't make sense, even though it was what it was, I guess. And that's something that I don't think harmed me or other people, but you have to, I guess, protect those types of things because of that, or else, I guess funding could be lost or whatever, and ultimately that would be very bad. But having like anything happen and then repudiation happening against like me or other patients, now I'm on a list of the patients that would be able to get a lot of funding for stuff very fast. Now it works in the opposite direction, and I hated seeing that. I did a lot to try to not have to see that again. I'm pretty sure that worked. But it doesn't mean it's gonna like do anything to better my life day to day. I barely have made it long enough to see like one hospital get built. Barely. Finally got to the point where I'm being assigned staff basically from insurance. I'm no longer in a state of like absolute desperation that I have to be the one to do their part because others are legally allowed to spend money to kill patients, basically, because it's their beliefs. Simply because that prohibited the insurance companies from paying people to handle procedural paperwork stuff. And when you're talking about children with cancer and people in such vulnerable circumstances, it's a lot easier than someone might think to, well, this thing helps them, this program helps keep them alive, this educates the children on what to watch out for so that they can protect the other children and just generally be healthier. No, they can take that funding away like instantly. They can make it like a crusade, kind of, that not enough people used to care because not that many of us lived. I've just been a lot more productive than most because I'm intelligent enough to. But I don't like spending my day doing that. And I think it's better for the alternative to start happening. Which isn't going to be good for me either. But I think in order for it to be better faster, I'll be shielded from basically everything. But I'll probably still be affected drastically, and that's stupid. I shouldn't see my parents having any issues with healthcare stuff. Never should anyone else. And people shouldn't be allowed 6 months to a year of an opportunity to sentence their own selves to death by attempting to take chemotherapy away from me for the 10th time. Again. Just because a new judge was elected or something, and the judges was going to end up finding some lower court way